Žiūrėk, aš galiu pirmą dalį pavaryti su tavo setupu. O po kavos pertraukėlės mes galim pasidaryti setupą, viską normaliai. Tai aš apie tą patį. Tu aš to persiųsiu. Viską gerai. Aš pramečiau, nepyk, soriukas. Good morning. Welcome to shiny Vilnius. I just spent last 2 weeks in the Balkans, and it's very exciting to see Vilnius, not the rainy one, but with shining sun. And sometimes, even in this presentation, I think I will have a problem with the sun, which will shine a little bit to my face. Maybe we'll have a bad presenting style in back of me, but today we have pretty intensive lesson about hackers, about artificial intelligence, and for most of you it will be a little bit different. Nobody talking about artificial intelligence, nobody talking about darknet, about usage of artificial intelligence for last, I think, 20 years for cheating, data exploration, and other things what hackers using for us personally, for government, for politics. I will explain a lot of different situations, but sometimes personally receiving myself, even some kind of cheating with voice, deep fakes, content creation, hybrid attacks with defense stuff, military, even drones who flying now with artificial intelligence targeting systems, what's in use in some cyber wars and physical wars in the world. It's not only about Ukraine, it's also about Africa. It's about Syria, Israel, and other countries. They're starting to use artificial intelligence for daily operations. Little bit about myself. I'm Marius Pareščius. My experience started in 1985 when I was a hacker, cracker, pirate, and doing other activity, mostly game piracy, translating games to our national language. A little bit later, I go to the internet, Fidonet, and other networks, and stopped my black activity in 1999 when some viruses appears in Lithuania, something like style of virus what we now named ransomware, when it's asking for extra payment to extract your data which was corrupt or encrypted. At that time it was virus named Chernobyl. It was virus with technical encryption of data and technical encryption of your computers. In Lithuania we have tens of thousands of encrypted computers with black screens without possibility to restore data and restore physical computer. For a few days I was the only guy who did data restoring in my country, and I understand that white activity sometimes is more payable than black ones. When we hacked software, when we hacked networks, servers, universities, banks, and other kind of activities what we did in the 90s. In Lithuania it was legal at that time. Slowly I become most named hacker or cybersecurity enthusiast who explaining to people how hacker works, what kind of problems in cybersecurity have customers, business, governments. I become trainer. I become expert for Lithuanian courts. I even have several hackers which after court goes to the jail. I even was one of the investigators who investigating the case when Lithuanian named hacker stolen stolen 120 mils from Facebook and Google. That guy is from Lithuania. He have no technical skills. He was just used by some criminals to extract data, and it was used to cheat accountancy at Facebook and Google. And one day I think we will see the movie about how hackers hacked and got money from Facebook and Google. He go to the prison in the United States. He was extradited from Lithuania. He already free. It took 5 years in the prison in the United States. So we're still waiting for returning of a hacker without technical knowledge to Lithuania to talk a little bit about the cheating fact, how they cheated accountancy in the United States. I think today we will name a lot of buzzwords about exploring of threats, what we have in this internet era. But a lot of stuff like ethical hacking, social engineering, content manipulation tactics will be in these trainings. It's just one of a slide. I think I will try. No, it works. That's good. Today's focus will be understanding of the tools and tactics what malicious actors are using to leverage artificial intelligence. We will cover 3 primary domains: ethical hacking, social engineering, content manipulation. Through this session, my goal is provide deep understanding on these threats, not to create more attackers, but to empower you as my students to build stronger, more resilient defenses. Each section in this training will provide context, detailed storytelling, and practical examples. The content is designed to be narrative, read aloud, to ensure consistency delivery, and you can also reserve as a reference in Moodle or other learning platforms. For each of our main topics, we will use structured approach to make concepts concrete and more memorable. We'll start with real-world case, whereas artificial intelligence was used for malicious purposes. This will be followed by explanation on how ethical hacker who using such scenario give you the perspective from the other side, from the side of the person who was attacked and who will be attacked in the future. Let's go through content plan. Well, introduction, offensive artificial intelligence overview, ethical hacking fundamentals, artificial intelligence and social engineering, artificial intelligence and PSYOPs, physical, psychological, different kind of operations. It's mostly defense stuff. Content manipulation. We will talk about how to create content, how to find content created by artificial intelligence. Reteaming, teams who investigating the topics on AI, how to train AI, how not to be cheated from AI. It's also a problem nowadays. defense strategies, and a lot of case studies and simulation. So first phase will be for 1.5 hours, coffee break, and we'll move forward with, well, the real world case. I powered spear phishing attack. Malicious actor, me or other hacker, uses AI model to scrape publicly available data on social media, corporate websites, sometimes maybe even database which was stolen from someone's e-shop, software as a service platform, even some medical institution data from local business institution or maybe sometimes even governmental medical platform. Sometimes attackers using that kind of data to cheat on you. Sometimes it's just easy going spear phishing emails. Sometimes it's phone call. Hello, are you ready to invest in bitcoins? Maybe you want to earn 30% monthly. In my situation, sometimes I'm working as an investigator, and biggest amount last year was 2.5 mil from one person, Lithuania. I can't understand how people spending this amount of money. In this case, it was old businessman who started even to sell his real estate, some businesses to get money to invest to crypto. It's a problem. Sometimes they're sending you phishing emails, which looks like original email from tax authority, social security authority of government. Sometimes it's just a request to become friends on social network, on LinkedIn, on some dating site. All these cases are just with purpose to receive extra data, sometimes to update your profile on hacker's database, maybe just a stolen email address, password, which was used in one of websites you're using maybe not daily, maybe weekly, monthly, or even the one which was set up 5 years ago and you just forgot about it. Usually customers using the same password or very similar password for all their accounts on all social networks, all their accounts on some e-shops, email accounts, accounts on governmental websites. And when you're collecting data from the hacked e-shop, or maybe just some kind of forum with an example, with underground forum, with an example, pirated films. In Lithuania, we have a website named Filmai. It's streaming platform. You're logging in. You're receiving a link to the streamed movie with translation, sometimes with good quality. And one day, this website was hacked. On website there was more than 25% of Lithuanian internet users' data, and the same passwords are, from an example, the same Google account of a customer. They grabbing that data and using it to manipulate with social accounts. Some of the customers lost Facebook accounts, Instagram accounts, some lost connectivities to Gmail. I even saw some situations when Gmail account was used to connect to governmental websites. Sometimes I saw situations when customers lost pictures. Archive of the pictures, which was placed on Google Drive, and sometimes pictures was without closes. And in these situations, some public actors like Instagrammers losing their clear face to the public, because that kind of pictures sometimes appear publicly at newspapers, portals, even on TVs. People who hacked, who cheating, trying to earn extra money on that. Well, about topics. The first major module will be about ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is kind of hacking for the legal actors who have permission to do manipulation with publicly accessible platforms, who coming to the owners of websites, to the owners of social networks, and offering them the service to test website for possible errors left on web servers, on physical servers, some kind of programming errors. They're letting the hacker to enter administration of website, extract data, dump everything, and to use it for later manipulations. So there will be topics like reconnaissance to command and control, AI-driven vulnerability scanning, automated exploit generation, that kind of stuff. Next, we will transit to social engineering. This module will focus on human element for security. We'll show you how artificial intelligence is used to create incredibly convincing phishing attacks, how synthetic media, deepfakes are made to manipulate with individuals, their mindset. Maybe I will explain a little bit how I'm doing social networking testing on some governmental institutions and business offices. I'm doing social engineering for more than 20 years. I know how to enter organization, how to open anything, and to go out of organization with a USB key with data. It's also a process of training. The process of training of employees, of an example, medical institution, bank, even police, receiving that kind of training, and they become a little bit stronger after trainings. Content manipulation, it's one of the topics. We will talk about disinformation campaigns, how to create, how to check with publicly available data, is it real or no. We'll discuss about artificial intelligence and how it was used to generate fake news, manipulate public opinion, how to do mass-scale campaigns for elections, and how it was done in the past. How to check this kind of activities from ethical hacker perspective. I think it will be interesting. And from my side, I have a request to ask a questions. You can stop me at any time. You can write a questions on stream. If you have any longer questions, just prepare them for the Q&A session at the end. Also, we'll have a Moodle platform of Vilnius Business College. They will provide you a possibility to do testing. There will be tests. After answering the tests, you will receive final report. It's a little bit tricky. The questions also will be tricky. Some of them can have several answers, which looks correct. In this case, I decided to have possibility to answer 80% of the test questions, and only one answer is correct. It's multiple answer test questions. I think it will be interesting for you. Some interesting example. In usual real world, people don't use artificial intelligence for password cracking. Usually they're using just dump databases and use it to hack onto something that's already exists. But now artificial intelligence is used for spear phishing customer data and customer entering passwords themselves. You don't need to cheat. You're just asking them to present you the real password, to enter it to the page which looks very, very similar as Facebook, Instagram, Gmail, your bank account, or other websites that you're using daily. Some weak passwords are used for 99% of the people. And 2-3 years ago, I talked about passwords with maximum 10, sometimes 12 letters in row, no numbers, no special characters. People using just that passwords. But I'm just remembering the passwords that we're using 25, 30 years ago, then accountant or director of a company just using a stick with the only password that they use daily to access computer, and nobody changing that password for the years. So don't use the sticks. Post-it notes is not the solution for password remembering. There is programs. There is multi-factor authentication. If you want to have safe password, use a password generation Don't generate and don't use your own algorithms in your head. It's not in use anymore. I know some hackers who using passwords up to 24 symbols. It's the length of a field. A lot of programmers who doing social network coding don't even allow to enter that long password. They think, come on, 16, that's enough. Yeah, but it's about programming and the mistakes that programmers do when they programming applications. So, let's go. Whoop. We're skipping. No, back. Okay. Next after agenda, we will have idėja kažkodėl tai. Well, learning objectives. To understand offensive AI capabilities and risks, recognize artificial intelligence-driven social engineering tactics, simulate AI-generated phishing and deepfakes, apply ethical hacking principles in AI environments, implement AI-specific red teaming and defense strategies. This is what we will learn in next 5 hours. Let's go to next slide, 5. As I explained it, if you want to ask any questions, use chat, raise your hand if you want to speak, even here locally. We have physical training also, it's a hybrid session. And the bigger questions ask in chat later. We will use them on Q&A. So we have stream, we have people, we have even chat, and chat is working. How is the sound at the online? Clap your hands, show me the likes or something, what you can do. I see some people on chat. Do we have any questions about the program? Sounds okay. So there will be video recordings. They will be available on Moodle. I will place diagrams and case studies on the Moodle platform, and there will be some extra materials. And as explained, testing will be on Moodle too. Well, offensive AI. Daily, we're using artificial intelligence tools like ChatGPT, Google platforms, Microsoft platforms, with purpose of just generate content. Some of you using them to generate texts, images, maybe business plans, maybe some kind of a code to have a little bit more free time while artificial intelligence generating it. An example for me, it's too slow. Sometimes I'm using even 3-4 computers or different screens to work with it. Even here I have a setup of 3 computers. At this time I'm using just 2, but sometimes I'm using a mobile phone, laptop, interactive with artificial intelligence by voice, by chat, by feeding data. Today we will talk about offensive AI. Mostly it was used for phishing automation, deepfake generation, disinformation campaigns, automated intrusion, data collection, reconnaissance. Sometimes it looks like it's just a tool, and it's almost impossible to defend against it. In the future, looks like actors from darknet, hackers, black hat hackers, will have more power to use, to cheat, to hack, to spread disinformation, and there will be no normal tools to defend physically. That's why we're trying to find ways how hide public available data, how to hide our already published social network data, to hide our photos, live videos, and others. Social networks starting to use social network databases to train algorithms for marketing. Darknet actors using it to collect personal data and to use structured database of your personal information, of your pictures, of your videos, maybe even some physical activities, what you're doing while you're presenting something. You know, Italian no, I have everything good with my words, but the people who are seeing it on online presentation, now they will see only the physical presence, but will not hear anything. But if you will take this 10 seconds of video from this episode of the stream, you can use it for the future, even to add voices, to imitate my voice with different kind of topics. Maybe I'm talking about politics. Maybe it's just about some kind of discussion with people about topic which I never said in public. I was in elections 6 years ago for European Parliament. I did a lot of small videos, and one of the videos was about drugs. There comes my colleagues and say, Marius, it's impossible to use it publicly. You already streamed that, blah, 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 blah. My question was, do I really need to publish it publicly with my own opinion? Or our competitors or actors will use generated video, what they will prepare themselves for fake news to announce me as a bad politic who going against an example, grass. A lot of disinformation, a lot of political fakes coming to the public sector from competitors elections. And artificial intelligence is used as a tool to do it very fast. You can just extract data, you just manipulating with video, with just photo. Nowadays for artificial intelligence, you don't need to record long videos to collect data about your facing, about your spoken emotions, how you're doing stuff, what kind of topics you're using daily. They will generate everything. And these tools coming to the market, black actors using even their own artificial intelligence platforms to generate videos, to generate texts, to generate even podcasts with virtual characters, with just text what we're typing in. If we're talking about content, you can use the same ChatGPT, Grok or other platforms to generate even the training lessons, discussions between two actors with the same or with different topics, and to publish them as a fake news on internet, on number 1, 2, 3 news portals in your country. Maybe sometimes even some of the videos will appear at the TV stations. Personally, I remember 10 years ago there was some kind of virtual games online when you just placing 2, 3, 5, even 8 photos of persons who are dancing politics. You don't need something special. You don't need to do videos. You don't need to record how they're dancing. You just need a photo of a face. So 8 different photos of a faces, and the politics will dance by your music, by your scenario. Nowadays, it can be a little bit different. It can be the photos and videos like shooted by paparazzis, which already on public networks. Some of them even with some kind of notes where it was done with GPS coordinates, with everything. It's becoming need for the investigators who want to check is it real or no. I remembering some scandals even in my country when there was voice records of some politics who talking with business about possible bribes, what they will receive in the future, and what kind of actions do we need to do. It was more than 20 years ago. I was one of the investigators who received the audio file, and there was a question. Can you go to the court with this audio and explain to the court, is it real or it's some kind of edited audio file with some artifacts and other things. Government, people, journalists don't trust this kind of audios. They think that it's impossible to record a phone call between two persons. It's impossible to listen via microphones. It's impossible to record at the elections how politic offering bribe or some kind of payment for votes. An example, for people in jail. It's even appeared in Lithuania. When I saw videos, I think, come on, it used this kind of audio equipment, this kind of recording with some kind of pen with hidden camera. People don't trust. People starting not to trust to content anymore. Some European countries starting to do some kind of artificial intelligence or content laws, then publisher must mark content if it's was built by artificial intelligence tools. I remembering 25 years ago when I was one of the chiefs in newspaper, I manipulated the photos with Photoshop. And an example, where I was one of the high-level politics, Landsbergis, he was prime minister, as I remember. I was asked to do a photo with a prime minister with a sword on his hands. I did that kind of manipulation in, I think, 1 hour, something like it. The tools were slow. Nowadays, it will took me, I think, 2 minutes, maybe less. The question is which one platform I will use. I don't need to have even a photo of a sword. I don't need to have a photo of the surroundings where it was done. I just typing in. Let's generate this photo, this kind of appearance, this kind of sword. You're just choosing, you're letting it be generated for you. If we need to do some kind of fantasy stuff, on some of the trainings I'm working with people who doing creative photos, videos, content. An example, they writing me texts about castles, kings, dragons. Even they manipulating with some kind of a styling. An example, blue dragon with 5 heads. And there is coming the content which go to the portals. And some journalists even asking, is it real? But in 13th century there was dragons in Lithuania? No. It's just a joke, it's a fake. But we're seeing a lot of fake news in Lithuania about us, about politics, which are mostly generated by physical people. Usage of artificial intelligence in our country is very low at the moment. But slowly, governmental institutions, public actors starting to use artificial intelligence for that kind of stuff. Let's go to the next topic. Artificial intelligence powered cyber attack life cycle. First thing, how to collect data. Easiest way, just to have some kind of a list of participants, like in two-day event. There is physical one, what we signed when we enter into this room. Another one is digital one, what we type it in when we register it for this event. 5 years ago, there was no GDPR. There is just classics. Nobody cares about data. If we're talking about real cheating in my country, 25 years ago, we don't even have a Data Protection Act. Nobody cares about databases. If we're talking about my black activities in 90s, I had almost all databases from government in Lithuania. It's not very easy to get that kind of data, but it's very interesting to read it, to manipulate, use for personal things. An example, when you're going from some kind of club activities, dances, or something like that with girlfriend, which you met just half a night ago, coming home, you're helping she to come safely at home. At that time, there was no mobile phones. There was line phones, bam, 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 ringing. Or you're just saying, you just know the name of a girl, not even family name, phone number, address, nothing. You're just visiting. Bye-bye, I will call you tomorrow. If you have database, you have everything. In my case, I'm just saying, look, I will call you tomorrow, and you're just ringing in half a day. Hello, can you call? Let it be, what's the easiest name of a girl? Let it be Ona. Short name of Lithuanian girl. Can you call Ona to the phone? Yeah, in 20 seconds you're saying, hello, this is Marius calling. We met last night. Okay. How are you? How was your day? How's your daddy who work in automotive business? How's your mother? Everything okay? Look, when you will talk with your grandma, she's accountant. When she will go to the director, she can ask to have a little bit raised salary, because the competitors in the same governmental institution have a little bit higher salaries, in 20%. She is lowest received salary accountant in the company. How I know about all of that? I have more information. Databases of phones, databases of plate numbers of cars with owners, databases of the companies registered in country, tax office database, social security database, and many, many others. No, migration at that time was closed, and migration part was without computers even. It was physically. If you want to go to Lithuania, you need to present paper forms, present all legal documents in the Lithuanian embassy abroad, an example, in London, yeah, to come to Lithuania. There is small amount of embassies. You need to go to the one of, I think, 10 embassies in different parts of the world to present documents, physically come to the embassy after 2 weeks, and receiving tourist visa to come to a country. There is no working permits. There is no study permits in 90s in Lithuania. If you want, you can enter as a student, as a tourist student, to go to Lithuania, do some paperwork for 3 months, and receive a visa permit to live in Lithuania and be a student. If we're talking about even the social security, employment databases, until 1993, everything was on paper. You had some kind of a book with, I think it was up to 100 pages per book in each organization. And they doing some kind of changes what we did in the employment of an employee. They had physical contracts, paper one, and when some old is coming now to go to a pension, they need to go to the organization where they work for period from 90 to 98, as I remember. You're coming with some kind of reports, physical reports. We don't have database. So there was even a business then they selling papers of your previous work. You can have a blank pages list and you just filling in yourself, taking stamps and that kind of things. It's about 90s. And slowly Lithuania comes. OSINT is publicly available open data. An example, we can use OSINT for data collection on social networks. Sometimes when I do some kind of OSINT checking, entering name, family name, and you will receive on Google a lot of information. And even some PDFs of assemblies when you attended to some kind of event. With some photos from photo galleries when you're coming to event and it was published publicly. Even when you're hiding your face, you will have a presence on the lists on some websites. An example, when I'm trying to find people nowadays publicly without having any databases, we're using technology OSINT, which is just methodology. You don't need any tools for that. Google, some partly publicly available databases like the register of companies, which is partly publicly available. Sometimes it can be the lists of school, university, the lists of attendants who come to the event. Sometimes it can even be the hidden files of the participants, even with some kind of marks, what kind of food they eaten, or an example, how many penalties they did at the football game when you was a student and you was cool children at your football or basketball team 10 or 20 years ago. Everything publicly available, yes?
Is it possible to automatically collect data from such databases like where politicians declare their public and private interests and their taxes and so on, which is kind of public, at least in Lithuania, but you will not find it on Google. You can find it only if you go to the register of interests and enter particular name and surname. Is it possible to collect data automatically from that kind of database?
In the past, in our country, in Lithuania, there was even a project, like, I will name some of them, Žinau, ką renku. That kind of data before GDPR was publicly available. I even work with a project which had the access to database of the courts, first, second, third instances, and we even have data in our database with some kind of court orders and finals from the courts, decisions. And we did database of the judges with competition between them, who failing more at first instance. I even received a request from some governmental institutions. Marius, can you present the data? We never published it publicly. We used it ourselves. The idea was to offer a tool for journalists to use that kind of data to slowly clean up our politics, to clean up courts. Even was some kind of action with Presidency Office of Lithuania. I think it was 7 years ago. Our ex-president Dalia Grybauskaitė used that kind of data to joint activities with data of courts, judges, and offices of advocates in Lithuania, and the court orders. It's pretty easy to combine that kind of data and do your own reports. How many judges doing bad decisions at first court and in second phase, just to help people don't receive penalties after bad court orders.
They say it's better to drive in a second phase because first phase always can be claimed.
We can't talk about that publicly, and I can't say nothing. I think you understand. This is just a tool. It's just a tool what we try to present to the public, but we never released the data. If we're talking about politics, there is a tools to collect and combine publicly available data. Sometimes they publishing the data themselves with Lithuanian Election Commission. Even was at the group of the technical experts who was at the project with electronic elections in Lithuania. In the future, I think it's possible to have very useful tool to have information publicly collected from public data sources to have your own decision when you go into elections, to choose the right politics with your personal filters. We're talking about even the same bribes or the politics who buying the votes. Any questions from live translation?
Do you think that it's possible currently, like in this age, to use AI or the cyber attack to also collect this data?
At the moment, it's impossible to use artificial intelligence tools to collect data, but you can use other tools to collect data, to combine them, and to feed these tools to artificial intelligence platforms to receive some kind of reporting, filtering, combining different kind of data. The best thing to have usual tools, even the same Excel, Microsoft SQL database, Oracle database, and others, just to use collected data. For data scraping and collecting, artificial intelligence is not the tool, but an example. If you're planning to collect some data via email, you can use artificial intelligence to generate personal messages to particular user, and he will present everything himself. You're just sending him to some kind of prepared web page, and he will enter. Sometimes some actors from darknet using that kind of thing to prepare, if we're talking about Lithuania, data which will be collected with letters generated in Lithuanian language. We're receiving a lot of spam from fishermen from the darknet. Most of the spam letters are not fully clearly translated. They're preparing initial material in their own language. It's not even in English. Sometimes it can be in some kind of Arabic languages, Russian languages. And the tools you're using, an example, Google Translate, translating it by word or by sentences, but not by context. So you're just receiving a message from the bank, but receiving it not very official. Okay, then the same as we're talking together, yeah? Or opposite thing. Slowly we're preparing to use artificial intelligence to correct a little bit these texts. They collecting data. Sometimes they starting to use some kind of chatbots to chat with you with your native language. An example, you receiving requests from the social network, an example, dating one, the same Tinder. Blah, 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 I'd like to meet you, can we chat? What are you doing? What kind of profession? How much you earning? That kind of stuff. In platforms like Tinder, actors usually asking you to go to different platform. An example, go to WhatsApp. You're going to WhatsApp and there is coming some kind of a script or bot, sometimes manual operator sitting next to it. Here will be the better place, we can talk, we can slowly become more close. Day 2, 3, 5, week 2, 3. Slowly they asking you a different kind of stuff. An example of crypto scammers using it. And they are saying, okay, I'm a girl, I'm doing this kind of business, I'm traveling around the world, this is the photos of me. Some of the photos generated, some of the photos are real ones stolen from somebody, from any Instagram influencer, girls, boys. Slowly they're becoming close to you, they're receiving extra data. You typing in yourself. You want to understand who is talking with you. You want to be some kind of friend. And one day you're receiving some kind of offer. Oh, I'm doing business with Bitcoins, I'm buying, I'm selling, I have some kind of signals, we have a broker, I received an example 10, 20, 50, 100,000 euros in last few months. That's the income I'm using to travel around the world, blah, blah, blah. And just offer to transfer your funds or transfer your in already used cryptos to the other office or other platform. Usually the platform not even exists, it's a fake. The same with Forex, the same with some kind of interactive broker fake accounts, Binance and others. And you're just losing your money. And everything started just by a simple message on Tinder. Some of them using artificial intelligence and Google and other search engines to collect data about you. Not only data what they're using and receiving via chat. One of the examples. Girl chatting with you, collecting data, but an example, she wants even to have video chat with you. Slowly she taking off some clothes and asking the same from you. And we're recording everything. After act finished, in an hour or two, you're receiving a letter. This is some kind of business offer for you. I'm offering you to pay 20,000 euros in 5 days, or I will send this video, prepare some photos from it, to all your social networks friends. We already collected it, and it will be easy for us to do that. I had several customers who asked me for some help, what to do next. One of them was a teacher of music, some collegiums and even one of the universities. He's teaching children and he's teaching students. He have 2 children, wife, family. He don't have money to pay that kind of ransom. We decided not to pay nothing. Just to explain them, sorry, I have nothing. To publish publicly what somehow his account was hacked. There is possible future publication of him or contact which was generated by AI, which looks like him. I had the same request from some military guy. He do the same mistake. Chatted, videos, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying, what's next? I'll be fired from the defense structure. He do the same. He come to a boss, explain, I did a mistake. There is possible public publication with me with that kind of content. He closed everything, paid nothing. He's still alive. He still has family and his children. He's still on the same role at defense structure.
So this example is a social media mining?
Yep. It's the same. Some kind of synth. Slowly, we're using that kind of technology. Model training, prompt engineering. For preparation of some kind of trainings like this, I'm also sometimes using artificial intelligence tools. An example, I used ChatGPT version 5, I used Grok, I used Google AI platform. Sometimes we're using different tools for different purposes. Sometimes I'm even generating text and regenerating with different platform. An example, artificial intelligence generating the content, but it's not so deep. Sometimes it's not explainable for the student. You can teach them, you can explain technically, but when you need some kind of examples, you need to dive into the internet and extract data. Some of the platforms don't have access to the internet, and they're saying, come on, I have everything which was done 2 years ago. I can't offer you the latest information and do it yourself. Go search yourself, collect data, and present to me, and I will combine everything and will do a report or some kind of research report. So we're using different tools. In this situation, sometimes we don't have LLM models, so we're using data collections, what we scrapped ourselves, to train the artificial intelligence to have your own model. An example, you just training and asking, I need some kind of a collection of examples how hackers doing fintech ransomware things. What kind of letters are they sending? For an example, today I asked ChatGPT, generate me the picture of trainings, what I will have. Just some kind of announcement. And I added some keywords like hackers, cybersecurity, offensive, artificial intelligence. ChatGPT sent me the reasonable notice. Sorry, I can't generate. You're using keyword, which is not allowed in our platform. I did the same just few weeks ago. Everything worked with ChatGPT version 4.5, I think. And now it's saying, come on, we have not permitted words. It's the same like to ask artificial intelligence to generate naked body. It's also send you notice, sorry, I can't. But there are some trained already LLMs, and they're using that kind of things. Whereas even some kind of chatbots, you're sending normal photo and receiving back naked body photo. Some kind of small businesses. What we have with the timing? 7 minutes, and we'll go for coffee. Online people, prepare for that. Attack design. To prepare for attacks, we need to do some kind of designing things. Prepare phishing text, generate some content for fake media, use bots to collect data. An example, sometimes some hackers just sending the links in social media, in chat channels, and asking you some questions. An example, some scammy thing. There is some kind of announcement on HR website. We have a job for students from abroad. Will you want to join our platform? This is the link for you. Fill in all data, what it will be asked. You just, I want that kind of stuff. You're just typing in, and they collecting data. You also can publish via chatbot fake data, not real one. Or even using the data of your neighbor, your girlfriend, or some generated data. Later, this kind of actors using data to cheat on you. They're doing some kind of social network or HR profile. They know where you worked in the past by collecting data from LinkedIn. They know information from the social networks. What do you like? What kind of information you're publishing? Are you pressing likes or commenting something? Maybe you're commenting about politics. Maybe you're commenting about fishing. Maybe even have your own opinion about permission to civilians to have guns and that kind of stuff. That kind of information can be collected legally or sometimes illegally. At the political actions before elections, there is some kind of data brokers who's selling that kind of data, and the campaigns in some countries are based on some kind of filtering of electors' data, and when your politic coming to your region, he knows how many, an example, women with a child, with a car, will come to the event. There is the politic will promote himself. I think you can remember first elections when the Trump was elected in the United States. There was a company named Cambridge Analytica. They collected from public and non-public sources a lot of data about voters and used that kind of data to push media articles, to push some kind of advertisements on social networks to help politics to be elected. At that time, I even myself was in the United States, and I saw how governors or local politics preparing for that kind of campaigns. Even so, Cambridge Analytica do some kind of data analysis, some filtering at the elections in Vilnius, in Lithuania, at the major elections when Remigijus Šimašius was elected. They even paid for that kind of data analysis. As I understand, they received just a report. They don't use it fully at the elections, but the result was the elected major. Looks like the tools what we're seeing now on the market, the tools what we're seeing to generate content, to generate information, to publicly collect data, not only on social networks, but also on other possible publicly accessible websites. Just to remember, Twitter, now Project X, for politics is #1 platform in Brussels. In United States, for politics is #1. In Lithuania, we don't use this project. But an example, when you want to ask some questions or offer something to the politics in European Parliament, European Commission, you can use this platform. In Lithuania, we're using comments on portals, news portals. Sometimes this kind of comments are published without authentication, without possibility to see IP address of a publisher. It's impossible. It's almost anonymous on some portals. They're using this kind of comments to feed fake data about politics at the elections. Sometimes they even writing articles and paying some money to the portals to publish it. So that can be a problem at elections in Lithuania. I think that's all for this part. Slowly we're going to get some coffee. How long will be coffee break?
30 minutes.
Half an hour. Wow. You can even eat. Let's move forward and let's come back to the session number 2. Well, we are back. How are you? How's your coffee break? How's the sound? Everything okay? Maybe I missed something. Likes? Not likes? Let's go forward. I powered cyber attacks. Yeah, that's okay. Can we move to a slide? Well, oops. Deployment. Email, social media posts, automated calls, all these things are possible to deploy your cyber attack. Mostly you need to set up some website, some channels where you will place your information, where you will use some kind of chatbots, send some scammy emails, maybe we'll use social networks to publish. An example, fake URL on comments. Impact, fraud, sometimes it's money, sometimes it's information, personalization, destabilization. And for some people who work like us, detection and response. We're detecting fakes, we're detecting some undetectable fake news, and response, publishing what it's fake, informing people not to click links, informing journalists to write an article about this fake, sometimes even informing national security to do some kind of action. Maybe it's published by locals, maybe it's published by the abroad actors. And slowly to each of them. How to collect data? AI scraping. AI scraping is mostly used for data collection from social media, websites, sometimes some forums. NLP schemes, how to build detailed employee or company profiles. An example, if you're using your own script to combine data from different sources. Some companies using data brokers, some websites like TV Online, LinkedIn, to have information about your previous employment. Some companies sharing data about your personality and sharing data about your past good or bad stuff you did in the previous workplaces. Some of them even sharing that through the social security databases in your country. In some kind of databases, they can publish information about how you was fired. Maybe it was some kind of criminal action in the company, and he was fired just because of some stealing, some bribing, an example, politic, or even some public article on newspapers or some kind of data at the Lithuanian courts. Maybe you did some illegal action personally or as an employee in the company. Machine learning. Helping to identify weak points and access paths where you accidentally left unattended data. An example, there was a situation when hackers found publicly accessible backups of website databases. Some examples. Lithuanian company, which doesn't exist anymore, Gaumina. It's old company with a lot of clients, hundreds or even thousands of websites created. They created website for one of the national banks, used their own server to have a backup of that website. Inside the source code of the website, they left credentials, access to the database, database IP addresses, username, password of the admin. The database was accessible from outside, that means from the internet. Hackers found the backup, they extracted data, they extracted usernames, they used the same credentials to connect to production website, the real website of a bank. The hacker additionally set up a copy of electronic banking. They changed the paths of the websites and published the URL at the front page of the banking website in production server. Users come and try to connect to their electronic banking via URL published on the website, not from the bookmarks. There was a request to enter username and password. Some accounting service officer entered and joined the session. The hacker had some kind of chatbot. He received immediately username and password for electronic banking, pushed back request for the second password, and did 2 money transfers. I can't remember the amount, but it's approximately 10,000 euros plus. Cybersecurity team found the hacker. The hacker goes to the court. He's on blacklist on some governmental institutions. He received penalties. He returned the money from the company, and the court decided that he didn't go to the jails. He had some kind of period to be good boy, and after 2 years he was allowed to work anywhere and do anywhere. He is now penetration tester, but he was, as I name them, script kiddie. It was more than 10 years ago, but he still stripped it. He's still his own mindset, and it's not about the cybersecurity guys who can do normal jobs, prepare reports for companies, and be normal person for Lithuania. I think he will still doing some kind of great jobs, not very good ones. So creating some kind of backdoors, doing websites for the criminals. He's still on the same side. Digital footprint analysis accelerates target mapping. Sometimes when you're investigating the case, when the hackers accessed some data, they almost always leaving some kind of partly hidden steps, what they did in the past. Some of them leaving even uncleaned logs. Some of the admins of servers doing log cloning, mirroring at the same time when they are created. So to hide activities is almost impossible in these cases. Security teams at security operation centers have analysis, immediately action, and deploying of scenarios how to not only detect but prevent and immediately disable access to that part of a network. In case of money transfer, nowadays even artificial intelligence was used for money transfer behaviors, how to stop money transfers to unknown new customers if that kind of action exists, like I explained it with a situation. Weaponization. Artificial intelligence is used to create very nice looking phishing emails. Sometimes they are even better than original ones what you're receiving from governmental institutions, banks, social networks. Sometimes they just copying an example email from Facebook, Instagram. They just changing the URLs. Some clever ones even using an example. Google have a website creation tool named Google Sites, and Google indexing and showing path like it's real Google. In such websites, sometimes they placing fake Google ads platform copies, and they just cloning. But the real situation is they just collecting access usernames and passwords and using it to bypass security at the real one. Later they setting their own Google Ads campaign, which using your financial data. So they're charging your credit card, but publishing ads for new campaign. from hundreds euros to tens of thousands euros. Deepfake voices, video mimic, trusted figures. You remember? Yeah, it's deepfakes. So it's possible to prepare very, very human look videos, like it was filmed just the person. Nowadays there are a lot of tools to generate videos just by typing in text. An example, old woman, farmers, environment around him, and an example, blue dragon, which is sitting next to the woman as a toy. It's like a zoo at the farmer house with dragon. Woman speaking naturally, there can be sounds of a dragon, there can be flames and other things. It's possible, and it's using nowadays. If we're talking about fantasy, if we're talking about example, faking the politics speech, it's pretty easy now just to use half a minute of politics video and to type in the text, which will be from trained algorithm, and will be only mouth with looks like real face, and he will say anything what you will type in. The sound will be the same. In some countries, darknet actors using it for cheating and receiving money from friendly social network accounts. An example, they hacking account of known person, an example. It can be actress, it can be some kind of singer. May have friends who can sometimes donate, sometimes just present or just help you with money. So they sending videos looks like it's filmed with some kind of messaging software. You know seconds when it's shown. Yeah, so you're receiving circle from your friend. I'm just recording now, I'm in trouble, I have problems. Can you help me with some kind of money? And slowly, that kind of activities helping to receive some money. Let's try to get some examples. Can you switch to my another one device? Artificial intelligence generated deepfake candidate speeches. Real world case, a political party uses an AI to create deepfake video on a real candidate giving a controversial speech. The video is incredibly realistic, with the candidate voice and facial expressions perfectly replicated. Video is released just before an election, usually a day or two maximum. 1 week is still too much. And it's damaging candidate reputation. Firestorm, or sometimes we name it shitstorm, in media. What must do ethical hacker? Ethical hacker will create a controlled behind deepfake video on a senior political figure and use it as controlled simulation. Ethical hacker will monitor who fails and reuse that video, who reports suspicious video. It helps campaigns and media outlets understand their vulnerability to visual-based disinformation. Defensive recommendations, news organization portals should have a strict verification platform process for any video and audio that is released publicly. One of examples of my clients, there was a case, influencer woman, #1 in Lithuania, was used to prepare video cut with some erotic and slightly porno content. Video was published on Pornhub. All the portals copying, people sharing content between them, and everybody trusts it's real. The first 15 seconds was from porn actress from Pornhub. Three following parts from 15 seconds to 60 seconds was real ones, filmed from mobile phone. She was sending some light erotic videos to a boyfriend. This video was published publicly. The actor cut everything and did, I think, 2.5, maybe 3-minute video. Published it on new channel on Pornhub. Media and just people started to share it. Situation was terrible. She had 120,000 followers on Instagram. When we finished a case, she earned extra 100,000 followers on Instagram. She's still #1 in Lithuania. The most interesting case, journalists just publishing. We don't even asking, is it real or not real? We just want to receive clicks. And this almost deepfake video was publicly available. My work was to find the publisher for first one, delete and inform platforms not to allow to republication of that video. So it was Pornhub, it was some other sharing platforms like Facebook, Instagram. They added the video to some kind of trademarked video not to be allowed to republish. There is opened a case by cyber police and local police in Lithuania. The biggest problem was what it was in the middle of timing between Christmas and New Year, so nobody working. So we opened the case at first days of New Year. Police go to the home of the guy who did this video.
How they find out that?
They received information from us. We're doing our own investigation at that time.
And how you find that
We found the another one, script kiddie, who publicly said that, look, I'm pretty happy, I did this. She is number one, but it's a crap. I don't like she, ba 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 ba. And it was published in one small channel at Discord, and we just did monitoring on that Discord server. And we found all information about the owner who published it. We just passed it to police. Police come to the order, get some evidences. They get 2 computers, some kind of iPad, as I remember, few mobile phones, also collected all electronic devices which have some kind of storage for the whole family. The guy was young, I think, 19, something like it. Later we go to the court, and he received the penalty in money. In Lithuania, only several hackers in the past received an order to go to the jail. There is some official laws which allows in some situations to hackers to go to the jail, but in Lithuania in most cases it must be 2nd time, 3rd time, that kind of things.
Is that possible to trace email, like who is sending you email?
If we're talking about just cheating, some kind of economical stuff, blah, 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 in most cases the answer is not. If we're talking about terrorism, counter-defense, I'd say yes, and sometimes it took just minutes, not an hours.
For example, someone is using Gmail, right?
So,
Without involving Gmail company, yeah?
why do you think it's not involved? We're talking about counter-defense.
Okay, so you're gonna.
If there will be terrorism, if there will be counter-defense, nobody will wait for anything.
So it means the company is gonna be give you data, not you're gonna be find by yourself.
If we're talking about you are investigator who legally working for government, that kind of permits exists. Cooperation between big portals, big service providers exists. One of the examples, there was a situation in 2020 or 2021 when there was a flight from Poland to Lithuania, and it was diverted to Belarus, and one of the guys was arrested when he was landed in Belarus. It was illegal to do that kind of thing. So Belarusian governmental structures said that they received an email from the good person who informed that in this plane there can be the bomb and there can be terroristic actions. But there was more interesting situation. The Belarusian structures next day published what they received an email from the platform named Proton Mail. Proton Mail in the world is known, but they don't have information about senders, receivers, content of the email and others. Next day, Proton Mail, public relations released an article where they announced that email from the good guy was sent to the airport of Minsk. 1.5 hours later, when the plane was landed. We don't talk about content of email, but we talked about the platform, email which was used, and where it was sent with data and timing. So that means that governmental institution cheated and used the protected email to send fake mail to themselves. When you're talking about, is it allowed to get some email, to get some data, blah, 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 officially, it's not allowed. It's under the governmental agreements between government and service provider. And in case of terrorism or country defense, they will receive that kind of information. If we're talking about some action on political bribes, some kind of action with children, maybe financial crime, governmental institution will open a case and will use the case number and all case information to request some data from service providers. Sometimes service providers providing that kind of data. Sometimes they're saying, by our algorithms, we didn't collecting that kind of data. An example, you know the service VPN, proxy? Yeah. In some service providers not even collecting data about accessing to a service, and they can't share data with government because we don't have it. Is it a good answer? Well, artificial powered doppelganger websites. Malicious actors use artificial intelligence to create fake political party website, what perfectly mimics the real one. The artificial intelligence scrapes all the information from the real website, including design, text, images, and fake website is created, yeah? Sometimes we're even creating several of that kind of websites, and the voters, portals, using that information. It's mostly misinformation, fake news, sometimes even publishing the content which was created for misinformation. Ethical hacker test. The ethical hacker will use an AI to create a series of fake websites and monitor how many visitors visit that website, how many of them provide information. This helps campaigns understanding their vulnerability to online deception. Sometimes there are some kind of actors who doing a copy of a website, of a portal example. We have therapy portal. If you are a newcomer who will use website to trust information, you will look for the latest news, and you need to trust the fake website, so the hacker who will copy website, he need to have some kind of procedure to feed data as fast as possible with original one. He copying original one to the fake one. So ethical hackers, some kind of monitoring how data appearing, sometimes even cheating and watermarking original one website to isolate hacker IP addresses and to identify how they transferring data. Because they will not change website content. Example, you have pre-generated website news article. You adding inside the content some kind of special keywords which are hidden, and you can eliminate real users from the hackers, bots or some kind of scripts who will use that data. Slowly from tens of thousands real-time users, you eliminating to maximum 10, and you will know the bots and the scripts, and you have IP addresses who getting that data, and later you will slowly going through the some kind of procedure to find the script or bot of a hackers which collecting data, and slowly you finding the owners of fake website. If we're talking about fake websites, usually I'm offering to use procedure named follow the money. Somebody need to create a website to register domain, to order hosting, to publish data, to use IP addresses. For that kind of stuff, they ordering services via payment with credit card, bank transfer, and that kind of stuff. So to find the real hacker or to find the one who ordered that, okay, just follow the money. And you will go to the bank account owner and any questions? Okay. Artificial driven campaign robocalls. Sometimes campaigns for politics using some kind of robotic calls from call center. Sometimes it's people, but nowadays it's impersonated artificial intelligence software, which is used to call, to do some kind of campaign with questions, answers. Even sometimes there can be announced the phone number to ask to the people to call to the politics. Politics wants to talk with electors, so they publishing on some kind of articles on internet, publishing phone number. If you will be interested to talk with me, I will answer this phone number. So in this way, sometimes they spreading misinformation, one of the ways. Another one, sometimes they using it to collect personal data and financial data. I don't trust what you are, Marius Parešius, like me. In the future, I will want to call you or to email some information. Please register. At registration process, they saying, I don't trust what it's you. Please enter some data, an example, credit card number, with everything. Sometimes they saying, oh, it's okay, but I don't trust you. Can you connect to your banking? And later you will be trustable. They just collecting and stealing data, stealing finances from your accounts. Fact-checking. Some fact-checking organizations using artificial intelligence to analyze social media posts, news articles for misinformation, artificial intelligence trained data sets helping to find the fake news. Sometimes fake news are spreaded by tens of thousands of websites. They even have their own fake news websites. They're using 80% of the news real ones and mixing with 20% of pre-generated fakes. Lithuanians know in St. Petersburg, Russian fake factory, they even have Lithuanians who creating content for them. Yep. Usually, check. From my side, I usually offering to find the information source. If information source is not trustable, don't trust the article. And it's a lot of stuff with politics. Candidate images, photos, situations, even some old articles which is published now with some old data. For some portals, for example, we're using Internet Archive to check real data when it was published on the website. Artificial intelligence and social media account takedowns. Sometimes there is a lot of fake accounts of politics on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and others. In most cases, we're using the same name, surname, photos, even some publications, likes, comments, and others. Sometimes they manipulate. Even there is the situations when politics don't have a real social network account. The new was created. Information, articles, likes, some posts published on behalf of politics. They even have tens of thousands of virtual followers and friends publicly on social networks. It's not so easy to take down that kind of account. I even saw the accounts of ministers, even the presidents of a country, which was set up and published some fake news, fake information, fake images. Even the owners of social networks like Facebook, Instagram, they don't like to take down this kind of accounts fastly. So you asking people just to report that kind of things. But the social networks like clicks, ads, they're earning money on that. So in that situation, political campaigns are taken down by the local cyber police, national security services, and sometimes even by request of presidency or parliament, administration. Some of examples about fake news. One of the example is about COVID situation. If you remember, at the beginning there was a lot of misinformation how COVID come to your country, how it was spreaded, what kind of actions must every person do themselves, how to protect families. A lot of fake news articles was generated. Some journalists just getting information from the reputable sources. Nobody knows the real source of the data. Nobody knows the real journalists who write the initially the article. Sometimes it's not so easy to critically do your own decision. Is it real or is it fake? Some of the fake article writers doing many grammatical errors. And some of them doing translation from different languages. Sometimes I name them lost in translation. When they writing an article and doing mistakes. It's not so easy with Lithuanian language. It's a very difficult language. Not all robots understand it. For us, the natives, it's a little bit easier. And when we're reading that kind of posts, we're just smiling. Ethical hackers generating series of that kind of articles, allowing search engine optimizing to index them and waiting for some sneaky things to understand, detect, mitigate some artificial generated fake news. If the organization are strong and have money, they can invest in some kind of artificial powered tools for detection, flagging of fake news. But usually journalists or some kind of investigators just reading news, reading them skeptically, trying to find the mistakes and looking for the initial poster. Source. Another one example about business. Some of the e-shops, marketplaces have products or services and have reviews. Some of the bad actors using artificial intelligence to generate fake reviews. It can be Amazon, Google. It can be even the marketplaces who have their own reviews systems. Sometimes they are not even asking, are you the previous buyer of that product? They're just allowing to publish that information. Platforms like Trustpilot, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, allowing people from outside just to publish their own comments In some situations, these comments are fake. There is even the small businesses who acting as review writers. They're doing that with artificial intelligence tools. Sometimes they're doing that manually, and they're paying some cents per action. So you can sit at home, write hundreds of reviews daily, and received 20, 30, maximum 50 euros per day. There are even some actors who are sending you the offers via WhatsApp. You must go in this page, write an article. You must go there to click the link, write a review, and that kind of things. I know there is some kind of situations the same way with some Google Maps platform-based business addresses. When you have business, you can receive reviews from the people who never visited your place. It can be good reviews with 5 stars, but it can be even 1 star with some fake information about your service. Sometimes it's even employees who was fired from your organization and want to do some action back because they was not happy with the situation. In some countries, they're using that to promote some apartment rental, hotel businesses, sometimes coffee shops, or some restaurants to receive more physical visitors to their business place. How is the chat? Do we have any questions on that? Rokas is just an answer to a question about materials. Yes, we will publish all material at website Moodle. A lot of different cases with elections, fake news. I will publish them. Sometimes there can be an example, sentimental manipulation. Do you remember elections of the President of United States? They did also sentimental things. They filtered electors. And an example, if there is a county like Texas, they allowing people to have collection of guns at home, and there is some kind of actions which are done publicly, what future president will allow you to have even your personal shooting range, as example. Or for the mothers with babies in Utah, they said that the president will change the social security amounts what the young families receive in the future. That kind of election campaigns goes in different countries. The question is how to target wisely money for advertisement of that kind of politics. It can be social media posts, it can be articles, it can be even physical visits to some regions. An example, if we have fishermen next to the sea, so there can be some kind of campaign for fishermen to stay on business while the European Union pushing to close fishing in Baltic Sea. There is that kind of manipulation happening. Another one example about content theft. Sometimes there is situations when the content is copyrighted. An example from yesterday. There was the situation at bus station when there is a woman. She was broken leg when the minibus started to run while the people was next to the bus. People just filmed that kind of situation with everything, with screaming women, with sounds of a broken leg and other things. Some of the news portals publishing video without sound. Some of others copying and without source informed their visitors with little bit different posted information. Some of them using just to generate revenue, others just seeing what is socially not good to publish everything publicly. Propaganda. Do you like propaganda? Yeah! Huh?
Propaganda can be different.
I know. That's why I'm asking. The question is, who is the content creator of propaganda? Who is the payer of that propaganda and where it will be published? An example, propaganda can be a wide thing. We can create propaganda articles ourselves and publish in our country for people to be ready. An example for rain in September. It's also propaganda. But if I will publish and inform people that there will be not only rain, there will be the big winds, there can be even some kind of situation with, an example, forests, because we received some kind of ugly bugs who just eating some amount of bees, and we will have a problem with bees next year because of some kind of epidemic. There will be different propaganda. An example, if there are coming propaganda from bad acting neighborhood countries who want to say, oh, Lithuanians, go out of Lithuania because you will have situations with weather in autumn. We even have some videos from some sites where it's already happening. There are the rivers, there are the problems with sea. Maybe we even receive a hurricane and other things. Some of the people who trust in that kind of propaganda or fake news, they will trust and they will do that. We send some situation with economics in Lithuania. Some propaganda stuff saying what you must leave Lithuania because you're receiving lower salaries, you will pay more taxes, there will be no payouts on social security stuff. You must move to other countries like Norway, United Kingdom, Germany. There is the most popularity of Lithuanians already left in last 10 years. Sounds good? 20% of fake, 80% of real thing. You're just checking information, you're checking source. There is just small amount of fake. And you're starting to trust that. I see some chats, one of them, Labuba, as example. I once one of the actors who did some action with Labuba in Lithuania. Was no, Labuba is just a toy. It's just Labubu. But an example, it's a toy and the real thing happened 5 years ago in Japan. And the real producer is in Japan. It's not Chinese, it's not cheap. It's expensive. Some of them can cost one of the toy up to 80 euros. 80. But there is an actors who get them from China with very low price, less than 10 euros. They import it in Lithuania. They're selling them for 2-3 times the price. And there is was marketing. Even myself. I have a girlfriend, she have children, and the children just think, whoa, we want Labubu. We found the only seller in Lithuania who had them. It was almost 3 months ago. We bought 2 toys. They was expensive. And I just come to the Facebook, and as a person who is known in Lithuania, I just write down what is the Labubu and where to find them. And there is coming some kind of snow effect. Yeah, and people starting to talk about that, sending photos, trying to find themselves. There is some articles on newspapers, and slowly become popular. And there is some other resellers who bought them from abroad for cheap and starting to sell them. Children starting to recognize the product. Sellers starting to marketing it. Fathers and mothers starting to trying to find them because children talking. Their friends have already Labubu. They don't have. There is different versions. I was in Balkans. They have Labubu on the streets. Small, big, only heads as example. Without body. Some kind of souvenirs for keychains and that stuff. It's just some kind of snowball effect. Oh, audio trolling. Huh. Public actors sometimes hearing their voice at bad situations. It can be harassing script. It can be messages designed to emotionally manipulate and cause public figure distress. It can be just phone calls. Some guy who is doing a content and publishing it on YouTube, on TikTok. He's just calling with a voice, an example of a president, and recording everything. If you're doing some kind of orders, I'm ordering you to be the good major of the city to do that, to do that, to do that. And some actors just like to do that kind of cheating calls. Sometimes it can be even some orders and penalties. You must do that or we will fire you, things. It's working in some countries. People starting to trust to the voice calls with a legal obligation. It can be even a recorded voice which will be sent as a phone calls from a call center to the electors at the political election time. There is calling, blah, 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 politic, I want to inform you what I will be at elections, I trust you. Can you call to the voting? Can you vote for me? Can we try to help Lithuania, blah, blah, blah. I think some of you even knows the names of that kind of politics. I even know the situation when the database of national social security, which was used for the writing the recipes on medical prescriptions, was used for that kind of action. They received access to database legally, by the director of the organization, and they use database for sending SMS messages on behalf of politic to ask to come to the elections. It was before GDPR. There was big scandal in my country. Somehow it was closed. It's not appeared in portals. Bubu, fufu, oh. Fakes. Oh, by the way, brand impersonalizations. Sometimes there are situations when there are created some campaigns on social networks, on Google Ads, with acting as a brand. Some of examples I will show and explain. I think some of you know the company and brand Revolut. It's fintech, it's bank. Nikolai, founder, publishing very small amount of posts on social networks, but there are sometimes appearing articles on social network with promotion. An example, Nikolai is set up a new service on announcing some really good investment opportunities. You just need to go to fill in this form. You will be added to the Telegram channel and you will announce, you will receive announcements of possible investments in the future to this channel, we will start to publish some news of future IPOs in this channel. You just need to follow us. This was fake. It's not Revolut. It's bad actors. They used the brand and damaging reputation of a company. They sometimes even recommending you to join to some kind of investment platforms. Sometimes they sending you the URL which can be clickable. You're clicking and joining fake investment platform. Some of them collecting data, some of them even doing financial crime, stealing your crypto, stealing your money, asking to transfer money to not existing accounts or accounts of the persons. Sometimes they acting as a platform, sometimes as a business. Brands using AI-powered tools to detect this kind of campaigns. Some of them are published on Google Ads, some of them published on different social networks. That kind of impersonalization is very damaging reputation for some big brands. Last one I reported was in Lithuania there is coming the actor Robin Hood. It's investment platform. I even know some shareholders. I informed them to take action to shut down the Facebook account which publishing some fake news articles about co-owner of a company. AI and personalized conspiracy theories. Who likes propaganda? Silence. What about conspiracy theories? Okay, some jokes about that. Do you remember COVID situation? There was some stories that when you're receiving some prescripted drugs, you can be marked, yeah? There can be implants if you was somehow touched by the doctors, yeah? Do you want fake? No? One of my jokes was, I'm a Robocop, some kind of guy who was marked. Yeah? I have implant. When I'm going to the shop, usually people saying, oh, I can pay with a card, I can pay with a mobile phone, I can pay with some kind of ring or a watch. I'm a little bit different. As I named, I'm a Robocop, yeah? I have implant in my hand. It's special implant. When we will go for coffee, I will allow to touch it. I have implanted a Visa card inside my hand. There is very small amount of people in the world who have that kind of experimental devices. Yep.
Okay, but if your bank card date will expire?
To put the implant in my hand, it takes only 3 minutes. This implant, in my case, is Visa card with expire in 8 years. I'm wearing it for 2 years already. So I still have 6 years. If we're talking about installing medically another one device or removing this one device from my hand, it's extra 3-5 minutes. Curing took for me 2 days. That's all. So Robocops around us, so be careful. It's also one of the conspiracy theories. People saying it's impossible. It's very funny to be at fintech conferences and talk with bankers. They saying this product doesn't exist. Yeah, really? Beep, beep. Yep.
If, for example, you will sleep, someone will bring terminal to your hand
Yeah.
and just take your money.
Yeah, it's easy to cut again. What I had. Yeah, if we're talking about the possibility to steal, it's much easier to steal from a bank than to steal with the chip in hand, yeah? And we're talking about small amounts. I have some kind of limits. In my case, maximum 50 euros per one beep. If we're talking about the series, maximum 20 operations. It's pretty easy when you go into the bar at the weekend. Beep, 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 beep. Next, next, next. We have a question on the chat. How much did you receive for this experiment? 0. I even paid myself. I'm an ambassador of that product. The product is named Wallet More. The inventors are 2. One of them is Polish guy who lives in United Kingdom. Another one is the guy in Holland. The company named Dangerous Things. This company producing many different kind of implants, mostly with RFID, NFC, some magnets and other things. No, nobody paid me for that. I paid myself. It was interesting for me at the beginning. I had it for 9 months without installation. I wasn't trustable guy. I just had it with me and maybe it's not work. And even now, when I'm using it for 2 years, only in some place it works. So not all terminals working with it. It's nice to have, nice to experiment, but one day I think we'll remove it. Maybe in the same 6 years. So, what about conspiracy theories? Oh, financial crime, emails, scams, and other things. Maybe some of you even lost some money or some information with some emails what you received. Maybe filled with some forms. Some of you maybe even did the payment for something. Especially, I don't like some kind of penalties, checks, or that kind of things. You're just receiving penalty from the government, what you just parked at the wrong place, didn't pay for that, some kind of speeding and that kind of stuff. Especially when you was abroad and abroad was taking a photo, it's sending you a report, and you trust that kind of email. There can be even the penalty tickets on the windshield. You need to pay. You need to pay. You need to pay now because tomorrow will be the double price. Yeah, that kind of emails, that kind of messages, that kind of even phone calls can be a problem. And people just paying. Clicking, sometimes filling in forms. In Lithuania, there was a popular scam with you received a package from AliExpress, but you must collect it from UPS, TNT, DPD, any post office. We received just some information about it. We have your phone number. We don't have email. We don't have information what's in the package. But you will receive that package. You just need to fill in the information about package. Name, surname, address. And there will be some small fee of €5 to change the address of the package to receive. Sometimes it can be even €3 or €2 something. And you will receive the package. Nobody knows what's inside. I don't even order it, nothing. But I received the package. I will be clever. I will cheat, fill in my contact details, and I will receive wrong addressed package, yeah? Sounds weird. If you didn't order it something. People filling in the forms. Next will be the payment confirmation. You just filling in your credit card data, and you lost all money from your credit card. Another one thing is to do the same, and they're asking, oh, you don't trust credit cards? You can pay by bank. Is it okay for you? Yeah, okay. Just do authorization to the bank and authorize the payment. It's one of the tricky things. Another one thing what we saw was authorization of some kind of authentication product. In our case, it's Smart ID in Lithuania. It's used as application in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. You're just trusting new device to be added to your trustable devices and assigning you new electronic signature, new device. So now they can log in and do money transfers from your bank account without your knowledge. One of the cases with my customer was first transfer was €8,000. When switching to the company bank account, it was accountant. Switching to company account, she's real accountant, normal one with big companies. So next one was 12,000 in 3 minutes after first one. The transfer was from the business account of a company. She just accountant. He have permissions for everything. Next after that was payment of €53,000. And that's all. I talked with a customer who was the owner of that second company. And he was happy, Marius, everything okay. We just need to investigate to find what's happening. Okay. Why so happy? Why are you laughing? There is left 250,000 in the same account. There was monthly limit. We're a big company, we're doing millions. They can't steal the last amount because of limits of a bank. Now they have permits based on 2 signatures. Accountant just placing payment orders and the director just signing every payment. So, coffee once time, 4 minutes. Any questions from the audience on online?
When somebody is calling and asking questions and you respond, do they record a voice for the future interaction, for example, with me? Or something like that, when just appears the call and they want to hear your voice? Like, hello, hello, yes, yes, I'm listening, like that.
Sometimes it's enough 30 seconds of your voice to have digital model of your voice and to use it in the future to generate text spoken by you. It's a problem. It's a big problem. An example, myself, I'm teaching a lot publicly. There is a lot of audios on YouTube. It's pretty easy to generate that kind of model. If we're talking about signatures, electronical, physical, and others, your voice, your face, your video appearance, it's also some kind of signature. So it's a problem. And I don't know the real untrackable process or software to hide from that kind of activities. It's like when people saying, oh, the whole internet, the whole world is trackable, you can't hide. Yeah. You can't hide without internet. You can't hide without GSM. You can't live with that. Nowadays, you can't even hide when you are seeable from a satellite. So there are some kind of satellite projects. They can do a photo on the street, which is 10 meters to 10 meters. So they can do the really good quality, big image of that place. And in the future, it will be a problem. So that's all. Coffee time? Yeah, 30 seconds. Yep.
Minutes, not just seconds. 30 seconds.
So, coffee and water break. I'm back. Let's go forward with emails. Shared file. Classical scenario. The files shared somewhere in Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, Dropbox, and others. Subject line, John Doe, shared marketing plan, blah, blah, blah. You're opening normal email and contains a link. Sometimes a link just to regular PDF. PDF also can contain some kind of virus. Usual stuff, there is some kind of link to zip file. Zip file with a password, and email you will receive password for secret document. And there is some .pif, .exe, VBS, or something similar. A file with virus or some kind of small application to download some parts of a virus. Once in the past we have some kind of virus campaign in Lithuania. We named it Sandra Boops. It was spread by using Skype at that time. Message sounds like, look what's happened. Sandra just shared their boobs publicly. Click this link and you will receive it. Clicking with several redirections through different websites, downloading you the file, and you seeing what it's the icon of the picture. Double clicking, exe file. You installing virus to your computer. When there is going different payloads, I think it was approximately 10 different files. Your computer becoming part of botnet. At the beginning, you inventorying your computer, scanning network and inventorying network, receiving information about applications in your computer. Sometimes there was antivirus, they shooting down different kind of antiviruses to be safe for a virus. Downloading some additional files, some kind of plugins for your virus. Sending all inventorization data to the botnet CNC center. It was something like 15 years ago. Later going back to your contact list of Skype, sending the same virus with information looks like boobs of a Sandra appeared publicly. There was some different variations of the same message. Going yourself to away mode, so you didn't receive anything. And slowly you spreading the virus from your computer to your friends. The network was at that moment approximately 6,000 infected computers. I found it, and Ford institutions produced some kind of clean-up utility, published it publicly at my website. Second day I received the DOS attack from virused computers. We don't understand what's happening. We started to collect information about network nodes who DDoSing us. Even go to university at students' apartment, collected some kind of infected computer, and starting to clean up Lithuania. In 3 days, we clean up everything, even service providers, telecoms, sending to their customers some kind of letter how to clean up, and everything goes down. In 3 weeks, we wrote some kind of and opened some kind of case with cyber police. In 3 weeks, cyber police goes to the guy who was 22 years old in some regional cities, Radviliškis, as I remember. They collected computer. This guy was some kind of script kiddie. He used his own knowledge for carding. He ordering some kind of USB keys, some kind of iPods, if you remember that kind of Apple player, and selling them on internet with classified websites. Police came, got the computer for investigation, found some cash inside the computer case, some drugs, but he's released at that time. It was first time for him. He received the penalties, but nothing else. So it was more than 15 years ago. So bad kind of viruses appearing and spreading wildly. It's about viruses. It was not email campaign, it was mostly messaging application used for that kind of spreading. So in this case, marketing plan, user opening zip file, and zip file have virus which will be used to control your computer, to encrypt files, or just to use it as a node of botnet. Another one email looks like similar, IT support email. Your password will expire today or yesterday. Just come, enter information. Website looks like corporation website. Enter existing username and password and reset it. All credentials of a company become available for the attacker. Conference invitations, similar to the password change email, they collecting information from the corporate users. It can be even chat message on LinkedIn, SMS, FaceTime. It can be Telegram, Viber, WhatsApp. I didn't see nothing on Signal, but maybe one day they will also use it for spreading viruses and collecting information. Unusual activity, yeah, sometimes unusual logged in attempts from new device coming from Facebook, Gmail, corporate accounts. They also analyzing data, what you're entering, and sometimes they adding location and IP addresses just by clicking the link, even without entering information at the submitted forms. Performance review. Sometimes organizations doing performance review yearly or quarterly for employees. It can be formed as your performance review report, almost the same, and users trusting that and entering information. Sometimes it's the form like your company's intranet, internal portals, even possibility to connect to your company's special internal portal In some situations, I've seen even portal for fintechs. So if you are an employee of fintech, you can receive requests to change passwords, to enter information, to enter to the internal chat and that kind of things. It's scammers way receiving that information from you. I think you're remembering the situation I mentioned about shipping notifications. You received package which you never ordered. That's also can be shipment address confirmation stuff. It sometimes messaging, sometimes emails. In Lithuania, we had situation when they're using this scheme for entering shipment information when you're selling something on marketplace from Facebook or sometimes classified website. You selling something, you're receiving request. I want to buy. I like the color. I like the quality. The price is okay for me. Can you use local post delivery, and the payment will be done via courier office. They will come to your place, they will pick up the stuff, and you will receive everything in cash bypassing payments with a bank. It's collecting of the data of a person who's selling and collection of the financial data. It can be credit card, it can be possibility to connect to your bank account and doing bank account payment from your bank. They forming you special page, name, surname, address, the name of the product you're selling, with colors, sometimes even with images, and they after that asking for confirmations. Is it okay for you? Yes, it's okay. This is the link for you. I'm just sending to you. The shipment company confirming that they received the payment for stuff, and they will present you a cash on delivery when they will pick up a product. They're asking you to confirm who are you and your credit card, as example. Fake. Chief Executive Officer. Urgent, confidential, legal, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes it's lawyers, sometimes it's payment request. The CEO sending email to the accountant. Will we have in account now 5,000 UK pounds to pay for British consultant? Can you do it now? They will send you all details. When it's email from the boss, you just confirming and you just doing payments. In Lithuania, it's not unusual. Usually, the payments are confirmed by chat with accountant or by the phone call. The boss just ringing accountant, can you do the payment? You will receive all details by email. And this is not working in Lithuania. Okay, account deactivation email. Oh, that sounds weird, but it still exists. On some unused accounts I receiving tons of such kind of emails. We want to inform you what your email account has been deactivated or will be deactivated soon. Come, fill in the form, change the password, and you will have your account back. Yeah, usually it can be from the hosting company or from your ICT guy. It can be new report, new dashboard, new feature at the intranet, and you just filling in your employee credentials. Social engineering, phone calls. Ooh, I have huge amount of cases. Call from the bank, call from the fraud department, call from security department of a bank. Sometimes they even have imitation of call center. Please press 1, confirm, please press 2, switch language, all these things. And at the end, there is a voice. Sometimes it's switching between two persons. One of them can be bank, another one can be policeman or cybercrime guy, and they confirming that you was on some kind of fraud transaction in the middle, or you are receiver, or you must do some. To check it, we need to go to the electronic banking and to confirm this is the link I'm sending to you to be safer for you and faster. It's very interesting that sometimes they just calling and saying you have account at Citibank, blah 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 blah. You don't have account in that bank. It can be Paysera, it can be Swedbank, it can be SAB. If we're talking about Lithuania, it can be your national local bank. Sometimes they don't even know the names of the banks. You know, in this situation, in Lithuania, we're receiving mostly phone calls in Russian language. So if somebody calling you with Russian is saying, I don't understand Russian language, but you filled the forms and you checked the box that you know Russian language. No, I'm too young to understand Russian. Yeah, it's a joke. Yesterday I saw the joke in that way. Russian-speaking fraudster calling to the guy who is Russian-speaking, and he just know the number, and he just pick up and saying, security of a bank. I am a security of a bank. No, I am a security. What do you want? I don't trust you. If you want to be trustable, please name the three numbers at the backwards of your credit card. And the phone was off. Yep. Use the mic.
I had the same case when the man called me to, he's an operator of Labas, and he said that I will send you in WhatsApp our link to have a new tariff in Labas to WhatsApp. Just normal call center.
Yeah, I had the same situation with Lithuanian, one of the telecoms, Telia. The phone was ringed the same. It's the last day of your phone number. Do you want to extend? Yeah, usual stuff in Lithuania. Sometimes they just chosen the not right telecom. No, I don't have a card in Telia. Okay. We're calling also from Bita. Another one local telecom. No, it's not even a Bita. Tele2? Yeah, it's funny for me because it's not so easy to an expert to talk in that kind of stuff. Sometimes I'm joking, sometimes I'm just sending them somewhere else. The easiest way to work with them is to use as much as possible call time. Not all of them to cheat with others. It's just an idea for you what to do when you will receive second call about deactivation of your phone. Sometimes there is calling verification bots. Blah, 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 we are calling from bank, blah, 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 blah. Can you press 1, press 2? Sometimes it's even some kind of scenarios with a calling platform, which is just electronics. It's not even a human call. We know, we're asking, we're doing. Keep in mind that there is some kind of social research companies who calling you and saying, can you answer several questions, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes they doing data collection for the fraudsters. That's why sometimes even in Lithuanian language, when they asking, can we talk with you for a few minutes, blah, blah, blah. In that situation, we're asking, who is the company behind all this? Who ordered that kind of statistics collection? I can't talk with you, I don't have a permit. Sometimes it's easier and faster than to allow them legally collect your data. Account verifications, sometimes for banks, sometimes for other platforms. They're using some kind of attacks for that. Suspicious login attempt. It's used a lot in Russia. They have some kind of password changing requests from national portal, and they're using it as a string, as a URL, and we're sending it to you via SMS, or as a colleague explained about WhatsApp messaging, Telegram messaging, Viber messaging. You're just clicking one link and you providing to the attacker possibilities to get your account. Small scenario what we've seen in Lithuania, how to lost your Facebook or Instagram account. There is writing your Facebook friend, a real friend. The message sounds like this. I'm now trying to play in one game. There is some kind of game where me and my friend can receive some funds as a prize. For that kind of activity, I need your phone number. You will receive SMS message with 8 symbols, sometimes 6. Can you share it with me? And we will go to the game. If I will receive a prize, we will share it 50-50. In that situation is Facebook account password recovery number. So you just sharing the phone number and you will receive SMS to that phone number with password change message. Use these 8 symbols, type in Facebook, and you will have ability to change your password. If you're sharing that kind of information, you will lose your Facebook account. A recovering of account is pricey, very pricey, sometimes several thousand euros. You will lose everything.
My friend just lost Facebook account.
By receiving a lot of...
Blocked Facebook itself.
Yeah, I understand that. It's a little bit different. In most cases, they're looking for... When they getting your account, they're looking, do you have advertisement account for your business in the past, maybe you ordered something from Facebook. They have your credit card at the Facebook account, and they ordering some advertisement on Facebook Business Suite on their behalf from your credit card. Later, to block everything and to hide everything, they opening new account on Instagram, linking Facebook account with Instagram, and publishing some illegal content on Instagram. Meta platform closing Instagram account and closing automatically your Facebook account. It's impossible to recover back that kind of account, even with some kind of
The thing is, she has Instagram working, Facebook blocked. That's it. And all the other public pages also got deleted.
I know. The biggest problem is to set up new account with the same name and family name, even with new email, with new phone number. Facebook just have blacklist and they blacking you. Even with legal things, you can write letters to Facebook, go to chat, they don't answer. Investment call opportunity. Who want to invest to crypto or to the forex or maybe to the business with 30% monthly? Yeah, nobody? Okay, super. If you know that kind of things, be careful. Loan applications? Maybe somebody need the money from bank? No? Yeah. How much do you need?
As many as you can.
Most interesting stuff is with loan applications is you have bank account. They got your bank account authorization. They get in and there is zero. They transferring to this account 10 euros. And later, they use 10 euros to authorize to other financial institutions. In most cases, it's companies who providing small loans from 500 euros to a few thousand euros. They're receiving up to 5, even 8 different loans in next 1 hour. So you receiving the loans account amounts to your personal account, they're doing transfer. You have clean account without money and 8 loans in different institutions. Approximately in 3 weeks, there is coming financial institutions and asking, oh, how are you planning to pay monthly fees for your new loans? Even for old people. I saw that kind of stage. And people saying, it's nothing to get from me, I have nothing in my account. Sometimes fraudsters using your account as a transit account for some kind of money collection. And an example, some people just saying, I just bought used mobile phone for 200 euros. I paid to this account and I didn't receive the phone. In a week or two, the person goes to police goes to you, to the owner of bank account where the money was received. Unfortunately. Don't do the tests on Moodle. It's not the testing time. We will reset all accounts, all information. The real results must be, this will be 24 questions. The results can't be 100%. I think you will see the other test questions, they will be different. Don't be so fast. You will have few weeks to finish your tests because there will be extra material in the Moodle, not only this video. So in the future, you will need to do a little bit more and be more smart. Yep.
Can we do the test at home?
Yes, you will do the test at home, that's okay. Bank merger situation, cashback offer, system maintenance, it's different scenarios. I will place this file, you will have possibility to read it. By the way, security question recent. Do you remember the situation in Facebook? Security question, numbers, lost your Facebook account.
But if they have this function and it doesn't work, so why do they have it?
Which one of social networks?
Well, like Facebook.
They have it, it works.
Support, but they do not support.
They don't have enough physical persons. And AI-based chat clients also not working. For myself, I'm even have a MetaMark. I'm paying for it every month. And I don't have possibility to chat with chat person at the Meta site. They just not available. To normally form your question and find the solution, for myself, sometimes it took 2 days of staying on chat, 48 hours, just to ask something. I'm not about solution solving. It's bullshit, but it's meta. We're talking about content and content which was created by actors from other countries. Sometimes it's state-sponsored actors. In our case in Lithuania, we have receiving some situations with big neighbor. Governments creating content and doing active topics in the country and trying to tailor narratives to amplify the topics. They even spending some money to sponsor them on social networks. We saw some interesting sponsored topics in timing between 2014 to 2016. I was one of the persons who explained to European Parliament members what does it mean fake news. It was in 2015 at one of the conferences. And it was, wow, how do you identifying them? Why are you not allowing to do free speech and not allowing people to publish something, to distribute news, blah, blah, blah. Later at the 2019, they starting to see that as a problem, what we announced just 3 years ago. There is ethical hacker testing scheme, defensive recommendation. Artificial intelligence driven botnets. Sometimes they are used to to act like real profiles of real people on social networks. Maybe you even seen some kind of videos when there is some farms of hundreds of mobile phones in China with some software or even some physical device which clicking screens of a device and publishing information, clicking the links, pressing likes, sharing some information and other things. That's botnet farms. It can be physical or it can be virtual. Sometimes there are some kind of cluster of servers in different physical locations, even at homes. There can be some hundreds or even thousands of SIM cards with some SIM banks, which are looking like normal mobile phone activity physically in some geographical location. First time I saw that with voting on Euro song contest, even in Lithuania. Some governmental actors trying to cheat on song contest. As I remember, it was Azerbaijan, 7, maybe 8 years ago. Micro-targeting propaganda, publishing some message to the group of people, sometimes geographically, sometimes by the interest, sometimes it's a groups on Facebook or other social networks. Sometimes they even buying social network groups with tens, sometimes even hundred thousands of group members, and they just changing the name of a group. It was an example group of parents who have children, who need some kind of support, who asking for some questions about that, and slowly it's becoming the group of a news. You never joined the group of a news, but you're starting to receive information about something. It can be political stuff, it can be some announcements, it can be fake news. That kind of amplification is used in social networks. Artificial intelligence, image amplification. Sometimes for spreading propaganda we're using not only text or digital content, it can be also an image about something. Something happened. In Lithuania we have several situations when there was generated content about NATO forces in Lithuania. There is some kind of NATO exams at that moment, here some in Lithuania, and they did publication even at the local portals like TV3. They hacked the portal, published some news. One of them was, there was a situation when NATO soldiers was in situation when local girls was collected and on the streets and sent it to different country. Some of information, young girl was on street accident, was hit by the military car. Other situations, an example, there is a presence of NATO soldiers who are fighter jet pilots. They go to the local bar and have fight with locals. Next to it, there was arrest from the police. All this fake news was published in Lithuanian portals, and the readers, it was done at night, the readers reading it in the morning, and they trust, but they visiting that website almost daily. Some of portals even tried to republish that kind of news without checking the source. I even saw an accident when businessmen ordering a hacker activity against one of the portals with the DOS operation. They tried to stop activity of the portal in Lithuania because a lot of cyber actors, as the DOS botnet, used the website to open first page, and website technically can't work properly. It's just shutting down because of too big visitor traffic. Is anybody alive? Or everybody sleeping? No? Yeah? Yeah? For chat people, the test will be with 24 questions. Oh, audio trolling, interesting thing. Audio messages sent to public figure phone. One of the jokes, we're just receiving the phone call, sometimes receiving the file with audio. It's designed for emotional manipulations, distressing and other things. Deepfake voice, public person who was seen on portals, on TV, received a phone call or received official voice and tone. Emergency services. In Lithuania, we had the situation when public institutions like schools, kindergartens, museums, some governmental institutions received almost daily email. We need to inform you what your school or your organization or your building was chosen to hide the bomb, and you will receive explosion in 2 hours. Please close the school, please close the teaching process, evacuate children. If you will not do that, there will be a problem. They received from the, as named a hacker, that kind of emails for 3 weeks. All study process was stopped. Children was evacuated to the nearest stadiums and other big places, some of them go home. We're talking about thousands of study institutions. As I know, the publisher or scammer used that only for some kind of promotion of his personal Telegram channel. Later, in a few days, we're using that channel, which at the moment collected a lot of visitors, to promote some digital products. And they was happy to receive via botnets pictures and announcements on local media, and some pictures when the evacuation was done at the schools was done. Children did some photo and video filming and sending illustrations via botnet to the hacker. That one was a guy from Latvia, Riga, Russian speaking. On the letters there was a lot of hate speech, and slowly everything goes down. Police find the scheme what the study institution needs to go inside, check if there is something new in the building, maybe some lost stuff, maybe some changes, open doors, and that kind of things. And they just informing police what they checked themselves and restarting study process. In some school there is young children. Teachers even didn't inform parents about the situation. Parents didn't come. A lot of screams, a lot of crying of children. We're talking about children up to 3rd grade in the school. Bad, very bad. There is some scams for clinical organization, medical records, and that kind of stuff. Mostly it's data leaks. Sometimes it's real data leaks, sometimes it's just fake information. Then there is appearing real data breach from medical institutions. Next to it, there is coming situations when reports from a database appear publicly. In Lithuania, we have situation with a medical institution in Kaunas, where plastic surgery organization plus diagnostics. The data was leaked via internal portal, which was secure at the moment. At the beginning, they tried to ask for bribe from the owner of the medical institution. I can't remember, but I think it was 400,000 euros. We even collected money and was prepared to pay to the hacker. Later, we targeted everything to the clients of medical institution. They tried to scam and inform the customers that they will publish medical data with contact data. At the beginning, it was name, surname, address, phone number, email, birth date, photos before surgery, photos after surgery, some comments from the customer, some comments from the doctor, what kind of surgery is needed, some reports from doctors to the managing team, what's done, what need to be done, the price of the medical procedure, what was ordered. An example, some of the women's found their photos naked, which was done by doctor before the procedure. Later, what was done? What's the quality? So if you need to change some parts of yourself, you need to go to some surgery organization, and they must have a very good IT team to protect your data. And if the data will be lost, it's possible, but you even will be the one who will receive requests to pay some bribe to the hackers. In that situation, I even had some customers who was in that list, who received at the beginning just information that there will be publication of that data on darknet with some gateway to normal internet. Later they received the SMS message, you must pay or you will be published publicly. My clients are businessmen and women. They asked me to remove data. They paid bribe and the data was removed. There was even a situation when one of the pairs was General Commissar of Police of Lithuania. He paid, and after one day, all customers received SMS. Your master policeman of Lithuania already paid. What do you waiting for? Later, in few months, they found the hacker. It was a very interesting situation. They collected money to individual crypto accounts. They was formed by some kind of sequence. Each account per one customer. Amounts was from 100 to 1,000 euros. For that kind of things, 100, 200 euros not big amount. So customers paid. They was catched when they come to the crypto exchange, which is based in Lithuania, to exchange some crypto to euros locally. I will open the door myself. There was 3 people. One of them was plastic surgery, another one was doctor of a dance. Third was a guy, ICT guy. We named his hacker. I don't think so. He's just the guy who did some kind of portal programming stuff to create a copy of a portal on darknet and to create some kind of payment solution to pay bribes.
I'm wondering about the system as we had this year about kursuok.lt.
Pick up a mic.
This example reflects to me now about Lithuanian case kursuok.lt, what happened that people couldn't register and get the funding with a
Yeah,
strange
but
copy.
there is not cyber security issue. There is two situations. One situation, the government spends too much of planet money, and there is no funding anymore to receive funding for self-training courses at the platform Kursuok.lt. This is the one thing. Another one thing, the platform become popular, and the people from the street, I will name them that way, wanted to be trained with governmental money to have some more knowledge. As I remember, the check was 500 euros. And there is no funding, and there is too big demand of people who want to register. Another one situation I know that there was several versions of the same portal. When they saying, we opened registration on that portal, blah, 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 just go and enter. You will receive your receipt when you will order everything. There was too big demand and some kind of DDoS, so service was not prepared for that big amount of visitors, and everything was down for a few days. Another one thing, there was one company who knows some kind of backdoor. Second one, working server at the same time. So they sent the link to that second website to the customers of a company, and the customers, hundreds of them, they just come to that second website and order it everything what they want. It was available. I think that kind of situation happened. Any other questions? I'm still waiting for the ones from the chat, but I think they are sleeping. No? Online pharmacy, clinical trial, doctor personalization. Interesting thing. In some countries, there are happening what there are becoming popular application like virtual doctor. People going to chat, entering what's happening to them, how they feeling, what kind of temperature they have, blah, blah, blah. And we're asking for help and receiving an answers. Sometimes behind not a doctor, just chatbot, which using artificial intelligence software. There is no testing, there is no permits from the government or medical ministries. They just using it. Another one thing I like in United States, there is some kind of doctors in some institutions for working as doctors who need to sign the prescription of the customer demand to smoke a weed. In United States, you can't go to the shop and buy that kind of stuff. You need prescription. You need to have some kind of illness to receive it. So there is some startups who getting tens of doctors, real ones, with licenses who can write web prescription. On behalf of them, there is some robots who writing web prescription. So, startups, artificial intelligence. Sometimes there is coming the phishing scenario. An example, they sending emails. Please go, we have some kind of regular check of our customers who want to be healthy. Please come fill in the form. You will receive a call or you will receive a regular check of your healthness. And the hackers just using database of medical institution and offering that service via email, sometimes via SMS. Fitness tracker data theft, interesting case. There was several situations when there was a hacks on the side of the device software owners. An example, Garmin update server was hacked and the data was at the beginning was leaked, and now one thing is not leaked. There is the publication of software updates on Garmin site, and your device become brick. And now one situation was with financial institutions in Ukraine. Year 2017, July, there is was software which receiving almost monthly updates of a software versions. Approximately 400,000 accountants' computers was encrypted. And there was no backups, there is no possibility to receive that data. If we're talking about Garmin, there was other situation. We have a lot of map and GPS data servers. All these servers was encrypted, and the hackers asked for ransomware tens of millions to restore data back. Garmin paid. The biggest issues was with maritime and flight controllers. So when you have a plane or fleet of planes, all planes was grounded without possibility to start the plane. At the beginning of the planning flight, you need to go to Garmin website to plan your flight, to send all data to plane computer, and then start the engine. This is the scheme how usually planes are started. If you have only computer without data and the flight plan, you can't fly. So thousands of planes stay on the ground for a few days. Garmin have no other choice, they paid. It's ransomware. Garmino duomenų serverius užšifravo ir po užšifravimo nebuvo galimybės lėktuvose esančiam Garmino skrydžių kompiuteriam su visais žemėlapiais, su viskuo, susiplanuoti skrydžio. Jeigu nėra suplanuotas skrydis ir nėra galimybės iš serverių pasimti duomenis, lėktuvas stovi ant žemės niekad nepakils. Kelios dienos buvo, kai lėktuvai nekyla. Tas pats su laivais, tas pats su fiziniais žmonėmis. Jie susimokėjo keliasdešimt lemų. So, many scenarios.
Is this the case of this Garmin a high-profile hacker's case?
I don't think so. Some of this kind of servers was infected by scanning of open ports and servers with unprotected software. In Garmin case, I think it's even possible to have access to servers via old version of server software. So, any questions from chat, virtual audience?
Again, I will ask about Garmin, but who is ordering? Who is the buyer of this? I mean, who wants to do it?
Come on, it's just money. It's just payment for unprotected data storage. The same with Lithuania and CTB case. Somebody just left data backup. I think you can remember the explanation of a bank account and payment of company money to a personal hacker account. It's just leaving unprotected, unsecured data publicly. They just left it as is, just forgot. They did some kind of data transfers, in between they left some data. They lost some passwords. There is some kind of unsecure stuff. That's all. I talked with some actors on ransomware business. They think it's just payment for your personal mistakes in the past. People paying hundreds, sometimes thousands euros personally to receive their data backups. Sometimes it's photos, sometimes it's videos. First steps of a first kid filmed 5 years ago. That's all. You will never receive that data if you will not pay the ransom. Another one situation. Governmental institution, medical institution, manufacturers. Even in Lithuania, one of my clients paid some tens of thousands of euros. One of friends have a manufacturer who working with metal production. They received demand of 300,000 euros. Everything was encrypted. Accounting, project management, emails, some customer base, even some robotic hands who doing welding, who doing cutting. Even this was encrypted. You're going in the morning of Monday, you're starting your equipment and you're seeing a red screen with asking to call, to email, to chat with hackers and to talk with them. Yeah, we already have all your keys of encrypted data. If you want to receive them, you need to pay. I had the situations in Lithuania, many of them. I think we have tens of weekly accidents in this topic. Car repair shop. Have 2 offices. There is an accountant who's sitting at home, and the COVID situation, there was a remote workplace. She's sitting at home working, sometimes at night, sometimes at day, usual thing. There is a special software which is going and checking everything on internet, found unopened server port with possibility to connect remotely, to work remotely with a computer. It was in high port, not usual remote desktop. The software found it, tried to connect to it, searched for username and password, admin, administrator, usual usernames on most Windows-based computers. Password, come on, password is pretty easy. In 5 minutes, they randomly checking all passwords with numbers, later with text, with a case up and lower, and in half a day, we'll check everything what was possible up to 10 symbols. If it's good internet, if a computer is fast, they will do that. There is no protection. There is no software which will use and detect that kind of activity. There is no VPN or tunnels for encrypted data between home office and the office at the car repair service. At the Monday morning, they come to workplace and they seeing what everything encrypted. There are left a file with information how to reach the hackers. They found the bosses who have friends who have some knowledge how to fix it, and they just call me. Marius, we lost everything. We can't work. There is no accountancy. There is no invoice. There is no orders of a customer. We have tons of cars standing next to the office entrance. We can't proceed with this business. Yes, we can wait day 2, maximum 3. We're stuck. Maybe we even go to bankrupt of this case. Can you come? I don't have time. No. Money is not an issue. It's time. Sorry. Come on, I'm tired. It's only 9 in the morning. I don't have time for that. No. Money is not an issue. Can you come? Okay, I will come to check what's happened, blah, blah, blah. When I came, there is some infected computer, blah, 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 everything disconnected. There is an IT guy who said, yeah, we don't have normal copies, nothing. Okay, do you really never did the backups? No, everything exists. On the same computer, on second hard drive, we have everything, but it's also encrypted. We lost everything. We have no physical copies. Okay, maybe you had some kind of IT guy from the company who supporting you on accounting software. Maybe he was there just some time ago. Maybe we can restore data. Nope. Okay. Marius, we can even pay ransom. How much can cost? What's the usual case? How much time took to receive the keys and restore data? Usually saying to everybody from 3,000 to up to 300,000 in Lithuania. Yeah, but sometimes it's up to 20K. Even I'm doing some kind of consulting for companies who receive that kind of ransom demand. I'm helping them to communicate with hackers. I'm helping them to receive some kind of discount. Maximum amount my customers paid is 180,000. It's logistics company from Hamburg with ships. They received money and they send the keys. The customer restored data in just 1 day. In this situation, the office saying, Marius, money is not an issue. We need to work. What to do next? Okay, I will come, I will help, I will try to communicate, but I talked with IT guy and I'm doing my own technical investigation. We found very old copy, 2 years old, but they found what the hackers, when they spreaded their software, they infected, they encrypted all files except database. They didn't shut it down the database server, so the database data files was not encrypted. For me, it took approximately 15 minutes to restore everything. We found old data of the software, of the program files. It was made by Virtual Fox Pro, as I remember, Visual Fox Pro. Microsoft SQL Server restored everything. I just came down to us. They saying, oh, we have a coffee shop next to us. If you want, we can prepare some food for you. Well, okay. Bring me some food. It's okay for me. I'm just go down with was hot food with IT guy, and they say to IT guy, silence. And the accountancy woman just think, oh, what's next? Maybe we will need to sit down and type in everything what was done for last 2 years, blah, blah, blah. We have problems with tax office, we have problems with social security, we need to pay salaries for people, we don't have any data. Okay. And the boss saying, Marius, how much money we do need to prepare to pay ransom? I'm just looking to him. The food is hot, yeah. Okay. Look, how big bottle of strong alcohol we can receive in Vilnius? Let's say in 1 hour. What? Wait a few minutes. 5 liters of blackjack. Not bad. I'm just turning to the accountant. Step upstairs and check other old data. Okay. She coming down, saying, I checked. So you did something? No. You said just watch. Go upstairs and use it. So it costs for them just for, I think, 2 hours of consultancy, that's all. They don't pay bribes, they receive data. But it's the small case, very, very unusual situation. Usually they pay some kind of ransom if they don't have backup servers. In this situation, for IT guys, I'm saying have a safe data backups without possibility to access data externally, or copy data to backup server without possibility to access that data from any server, any device in the office. To push data, you can. To receive or to encrypt or to do that kind of activities is denied by permissions to the server directories. Who is not sleeping on Facebook? Okay. What about chat? On chat, I think just few people. Any questions?
3 steps to protect yourself?
Forget your mobile phone and computer at home. Disconnect internet. Have a good vacation. I tried to do that for 2 weeks. It's super thing. Yeah, if we're talking really, be informed, train as much as possible. Cyber security discipline, it's like washing your teeth, eating something with clean fingers, clean spoon, and that kind of things. It's impossible to protect 100%. We can't be 100% safe, but we can be a little bit more to the side of be more safer if we will be informed, if we will know what to do next when some crisis situations happen. I can't remember the situations if there are no possibilities to receive data, to restore data, even from the encrypted devices. You must know what to do. An example, in most cases there are situations where the owners of a device, computer, mobile phone, they rebooting, resetting, power offing, unplugging, and that kind of things. I'm recommending them just to call the ones who know what to do. Don't do nothing yourself. Yeah, it's a problem that there will be internet connectivity. Unplug physically the network. Unplug your Wi-Fi router. Or disable Wi-Fi in your mobile device if it's sharing internet. If we're talking about some kind of recipe, what to do next, set up your daily, weekly, monthly backups of your data. If you can encrypt the data yourself, then if somebody will find the data, they can decrypt it without a key or password. Use password managers for all your passwords. Never use the same password to 2 different devices or 2 different services. The passwords need to be unique. If the service provider was hacked and your password maybe was stolen, change your password. Emails. Everywhere use multi-factor authorization. Yep.
The password manager thing. I used like the most secure password manager there is, and after 1 week, pretty much all my email was leaked after using the password manager. I know that's like a safe thing. Like now I moved on to web-based
Password
manager. I don't know. I didn't feel safe when I got the password manager. I before that I used one password to almost every single one site like Gmail, and it was very unsafe. But after I used the password manager, I got like leaked. Now,
why you think what the password was leaked? Have you seen your password somewhere in clear text?
Yes. Like in the password manager.
No. Somewhere else. Somebody sent you email with your password. You've seen it somewhere. Maybe it's just session
I had one email that there was my password, like, but not fully complete password, but pretty much every single letter of that. Only the symbols were not written in the email. So that kind of scared me, but I just ignored it. And
Yeah, usually when I'm hearing about leaked password from your device, I'm asking not about password. I'm asking about possibility to intercept your internet and session between your browser and service provider. An example, we're going to the airport, we're using public Wi-Fi, and there is a possibility that your connectivity between your computer, mobile phone, laptop, iPad and others was intercepted with the hacker who's sitting in between. Even myself, I'm doing a test. I'm naming Wi-Fi station the same name as original one. I'm staying as close as possible to the Wi-Fi user, and I'm intercepting all the network. I think your case is similar.
pretty much.
So, any questions from the chat? The last few minutes to ask a question. What about audience here? Some materials will be available today. Testing will be available today. I will be tomorrow at the second part. It's a little bit different. Today we're talking about artificial intelligence for securing things. Tomorrow we'll talk about software development, network securing, and that kind of things. How to protect your new software. So that's all for today. I don't see any new questions on chat. Go to the Moodle and check the tests and check the material. The records of this stream will be also there. So, see you in the middle of nowhere, virtually, or tomorrow we will see the second session. Bye-bye.